Okay, we can just jump right back in here. 1224. Let's see what our contracts are. Not much anything, is there? But let's see. Let's look at the map. I think we can go down here and we can plant a couple of fields here. We can get rice going over here. And we can sleep one more day. And then we'll have several fields we can do of our own. Oh yeah, we'll have more work than we can possibly do. Okay. Let's see, let me look at our coffee while we're here. Well, that didn't seem to take much. It didn't, did it? It filled it right back up. Okay, so we're still full. Just have to leave that there until we finish it off. Until we empty it. Let's see. Whoops. Okay, so now we can go back down to the farm. And we're going to go plant some rice. See if we can't figure that part out. Well, hey Monty, how are you? How was your day? We're going to be planting rice. Oh, okay. Did you know that Kroger's is the largest grocery store chain in the country? Okay, now we can plant rice with our regular planter, which I did not know. I think JR was trying to explain that to me in the last stream, but I was having a real difficult time understanding what he was telling me. Whoops, I just passed it. Long grain rice. Now, I do not know exactly how this is supposed to work. Whoops, well, I can back out, wait. $100 for a cat, okay. Well, as long as it was a cute cat, that would be pretty cool. Okay, I'm gonna wait until we get done planting. I guess we're supposed to plant first, and then we do the water. Oh, one thing I want to check too. I think I need to prep this field. This thing had I think I saw a pump on this field. I gotta go around the perimeter here just to check. I did not think this field had a pump, but then I thought I saw one. So I've got to check. But there's no berm. So maybe not. I thought I had seen a pump. I guess not. I don't know what made me think I saw a pump here. I could probably put one here though, but that's okay. I just wanted to make sure. Hi Dee Dee, how are you? Now I want to look at what is the one I have preserved right here. Can we use rice? Yes, we can use, oh, that's wet rice. Hmm. Rice box. I think I'm gonna check. Long grain rice rolls. Okay. So this right here we can set to selling. And then we're going to activate it, even though we don't have anything in it yet. But that will give us long grain rice. Oh, here's another one we can do. Long grain rice. So we can activate this one also. Selling, activate. Okay, so we got a couple of things activated for Joe off of the JR's rice. So we won't be able to do anything with it until we can harvest, but at least once we harvest, JR will start making some money and we'll start making some money, or I will. You guys are going to be making your own money. Refried beans, cheese, salsa, and chips. I think I could have gone for everything but the chips right now. I actually would not mind having some refried beans. Those sound so good. The chips would hurt my gums, but at least until they heal some. And I'm assuming those were tortilla chips. Oh yes, I still have stitches. I can feel them with my tongue. I'm trying not to mess with them. It's hard not to do. I ended up taking a couple of the last ones out just because they came loose. If these come loose, then I'll have to do something with it, but for the time being. Hey, second chance, how are you? I wanted to go inside this building right here. I wonder if we have a collectible in here. Do we have a collectible? No. Aw. Oh well. Oh, they are very uncomfortable, yes. Now I'm wondering if that rice planter that I bought, if it only plants wet rice or if it will plant the long grain rice as well. All right, what's going on? Why didn't that plant? Now we're going to go get the other side planted, and then I will take a look at what it means to water and stuff like that. Okay, Joe, we're ready to get started. We've just been warming up. Dee Dee, my daughters have pierced their own ears, lips, cheeks, noses, belly buttons. Now, I took stitches out of my dad's leg one time. I remember doing that. He cut his knee with a chainsaw and had, like, I couldn't tell you how many stitches, but countless. I had stitches in my arm when I had this spot of skin cancer cut out a while back. And they put stitches in there that were supposed to dissolve, but a couple of them were sticking out, and that part would not dissolve, and I did have to take them out myself because it wouldn't heal. Archie, how are you? How was your day? Alright, what is this guy doing? Does he think he's planting rice? He must have thought so. He planted a little tiny bit. He is convincing me that his intelligence is artificial. Now see, here again, it's not planting anything. Why? I don't understand this. Why is almost every field on this map is messed up? And it looks like I have to use the smoothing tool on the whole thing. Well, this is ElmCreek 25. I never had that problem on regular ElmCreek either. Now I'm able to plant it if I do it myself, but not if I'm using the helper. Now see, if I do it myself, it plants, but with the helper doing it, it just skipped right over the top of it. Yeah, it is weird. I don't understand why it does that. But several places on this map, it just will not, the helper will not plant. Just skips right over the top of it. Okay, now let's go see what we got to do here. It says interact. What do we want to do? We want to flood. But how do we flood it? I don't see how I'm supposed to flood. How do we flood? I see empty and flood down there, and I don't know how to make it flood. Did I make one? Well, I thought I had one. That's what this is. It says interact. I can interact, but I can't do nothing. It won't let me select any of that, so I don't know what to do now. Huh. Yeah, I thought I would be able to click flood. Okay, maybe I messed up. Maybe I should not. Maybe I was supposed to plant it before I flooded it. I mean, flood it before I planted it. Let's look at this pump before I plant. Oh, I already planted this one too. I wonder if I was supposed to flood it before I planted it. See, I don't know. I watched a video on Farmer Cop. It didn't tell me none of this. So, now I don't know. Well, I don't know how to flood it, because it doesn't tell me. Well, that might be for wet rice. I'm just going to leave it sit like this. No, it's already here. There's a berm. It already has the berm. This was already here. I don't know. I'm just going to leave it. I'll just let it grow and see what happens. Maybe I have to skip to the next day. Maybe that's the problem. Because see, it says it's growing. It says long grain rice growing. So maybe it's not until the next day. We'll come back tomorrow and see. Okay? That's the only thing I know to do. I think those water pumps already have their own water because it's only for that purpose. Yeah, I was going to say those particular pumps, they are the source. They're only good for that field. You can't use them for anything else. They're part of the field. Let's see if we can go ahead and fill this thing up. Nice. Now I need another minute to tick off the clock and then we can check some more contracts. There were no contracts that I really want to do at the moment, but there might be something here in just a minute. And then once we sleep, we have so many fields of our own to do that I'm probably going to have to change it to 2-day months. We'll have to see. I want to let it click over to 1 o'clock. See, we're going to have plenty to do. We're going to have this field. We'll have Joe's is going to be ready. Monty's will be ready. Richard's will be ready. And, well, Jacob and Amber's going to have one ready. Granny's going to be ready. Mary Jo. So a lot to do once we sleep. Let's check contracts. Still really don't have any decent contracts. I don't want to do carrots. I don't want to do green beans. I don't want to have to drive along beside a harvester. And that's what I'm concerned about. I don't know how this harvest works. So let's speed the clock up. Hopefully we'll get at least a couple more contracts before we have to sleep till the next day. All right, now we got some choices. Harvesting, green beans, green beans. Of course, that's red beets. That's going to be so I don't really want to take on specialty crops. And it does not like giving us any kind of decent stuff. Oh, let's, let me, sowing contract. Sowing peas, of course. I don't want to do that one. Let's advance the clock away. It's going to be one of those days. Man, we don't ever get really good harvesting contracts. They just don't like to let us harvest stuff. Ah, boy. Again, it's not going to let us have any kind of good contracts. Little tiny harvesting of the sunflower field. Okay, Joe, God bless you. Have a good weekend. Thank you. I'll have to figure that rice out. Oh, man, this is aggravating when you can't get a good contract. So many fields on the map and can never get really good contracts. That's really kind of unbelieving. Well, if we don't get a good contract on this one, then I'm just going to go sleep because now we've wasted the day away again. And it still did not give us any decent contracts. So that's okay. That none of my fields need harvesting at the moment? No, I don't think so. I think I looked. Yeah, I looked. We're just going to go sleep. Lincoln is hard for me to forget. He's right at the bottom of the ladder to the treehouse. I can't believe he sideswiped me and knocked me over. See, Monty, impossible for me to forget about Lincoln. I can't get up the steps without being reminded. And it's easy for me to see if he still has food or not, too. That's probably the most convenient doghouse I've ever had. I can't hardly talk with 0 teeth, guys. Let's see, what month is it? It's February. Yeah, it's in the afternoon, so I feed him. I didn't used to feed him twice a day, but now I do. Because it's really easy, and it's easy for me not to forget about it. So now I make sure he has food at the beginning and the end. Okay, now we have all our own work to do. Well, now it's still full. It didn't even use any liquid fertilizer since yesterday. Okay, well, it don't matter. Dee Dee, you mentioned the other day that you have over 250,000 lifetime views on your channel. Is that right? That's so awesome. 250,000. Wow. I just figured out how to check mine. I have 48,000 plus. Yeah, more than that, more than what you, the 250,000 that you mentioned. I just thought that's awesome. 250,000, that's a big number. I just figured out how to check mine, and mine was 48,000 plus. So I haven't even hit 50,000 mark yet. But I am approaching 8,000 view hours. Okay, I don't need to stop here. We're not doing contracts today. We'll be doing our own stuff. Okay, Monty, cool. Okay, now we can start on our own field. Harvesting soybeans. I'm going to start over here. I was going to start over on the other corner, but my equipment is in the way, so I will start right here. Hey Eugene, good to see you. How are you? I hope you've had a great day. Now, I'm going to set my controller down and I'm going to ride along. All right, good, Eugene. May 29th. That was yesterday, Friday. Happy birthday. So really, this is like a birthday celebration for Eugene. That's awesome. Do you know what time of day you were born? You know what I'm going to do, Eugene, since it's your birthday celebration? As soon as this live stream's over, I am going to have myself some ice cream. You were born at 8 a.m. on the 29th. You get 24 hours to celebrate. So that means you have until 8 o'clock this morning. Woohoo! I can eat pudding, yes. I had some chili tonight, though. I had some chili with crackers. I don't think it has a name. There's no name to the creek. It's just a creek that runs right down through here. And then comes this way. No name. Your watch time lifetime is 8,600. I don't know what my lifetime is. I'm thinking it's 7,600 right now. About 7,700. And you've earned $192. Awesome. Now, have you come up with any merch yet, Dee Dee? Other than your books? No, I think you're doing pretty good, Dee Dee. Well, you are doing good. If you're making money, you're doing good. $9 for a pint of ice cream? Wow. I just bought a gallon of Neapolitan. I don't know how much I paid for it though. I didn't pay attention. I think consistency is the key. Yeah, it's okay, Dee Dee. I done forgot what the question was too, so. Yeah, I used to do that when I first made a couple of shorts. It was kind of very interesting to watch it, you know, kind of refresh the page every 10 or 15 minutes and see how that number jumped. But of course, I don't do regular videos in portrait mode. Oh, I used to think it was fun to watch those numbers jump up on the shorts like that. Oh, you guys want to know something that I was able to do today, earlier, yesterday, that I have not been able to do in years? Nope. I was able to drink some iced tea straight out of my refrigerator. And I have not been able to drink anything out of my refrigerator in many, many years. No, I actually have been ice skating. I have not been ice skating in a long time, but I do know how to ice skate. Yeah, just being able to drink something cold straight out of my refrigerator. No, I don't eat a lot of ice cream, lactose, but I do have ice cream because actually I bought ice cream simply for my dental work. I haven't had ice cream in a long time either. That was really nice to be able to do that. I have not had anything ice cold or with ice in it in 30 years. When I go to like McDonald's or something, if I get a soda, I do not get ice in it. If I go to a restaurant and I order iced tea or something, I get it with no ice. You don't need ice for a fast food soda soft drink because it's already cold. It comes out of the machine, refrigerated. Oh yes. Hey Blue, how are you? Now, Eugene, I do like crunching ice. I always did when I was a kid, and that may be what messed up my teeth, caused them to break, because all my molars broke, cracked, all that. So, that could, crunching that ice could be part of it. Oh, exactly. Plus, you know, when you have when you have dental issues, you have infections and stuff like that that you don't even know about. That's what the dentist told me. He said that under my gums was all infected, but he said all that will clear up now. Oh, okay, Blue. Now, right now, that's how I am, Dee Dee. I've heard myself whistle a couple of times trying to make an S. I feel like every time I want to make an S, my tongue is going to fall out of my mouth. Well, that's what the dentist told me. He said, I know you think you feel good, but you're probably going to start feeling even better. Because he said that infection has been coursing through your veins for years and you didn't even know it. See, that was something else that was new for me too, because I don't whistle. I can't whistle very good, never have been able to. And now I can whistle just by saying words with the letter S in them. Okay, Archie, God bless you. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us some tonight. Now some banana pudding sounds pretty good. I just wish I was done with the surgery so I could heal from the stitches and get all that over with. Have a good weekend, Archie. Yes, Eugene, look. The railroad track runs right by our farm. Right beside our farm. I'm self-conscious too, that's why I don't like having a camera pointing at me, but I'm hoping that once I get my dentures, then I will not mind having a camera pointing at me. I don't know though, we'll see. I have not been able to figure out, like, what train. I've never been able to see a name on the train. I know it's not Norfolk Southern or CSX or CXS. Can't remember. CSX. Now, DDI may end up that way. I don't know. It just depends on how they fit and if I can get used to them. I've waited many, many years to finally be able to get dental care. Yeah, I used to drive a shuttle van for CSX, and I would transport the railroad crews from the train to their terminal, which was is over in Whitesburg, Kentucky, over where the hospital was, where I was having my cardiac care a few months back. They were over there in the same place. Now see, Dee Dee, that's something I still have concerns about. And whether I'm actually going to be able to use dentures, we'll find out. I hope so, because I want to be able to smile again. Now, Dee Dee, how long was it? I've had my dental issues started with my wisdom teeth growing in crooked and causing my other teeth to break. But Dee Dee, how long was it from the time you had extractions until the time you actually got your dentures? That could have a lot to do with it. I can't imagine that works very good, Monty. I've seen those advertised. Somehow I think that's a scam. Yeah, Blue, I can imagine it. That would do that. Yes, indeed. Well, I did not know that, Eugene, about CSX. I do know I used to drive for them, though. They let me operate. One of the engineers let me operate the engine one time, so I have got to operate a locomotive. Yeah, Dee Dee, I was going to say that the dentist told me that it takes about 6 months for the lower jawbone to heal, because he said it will shrink once the teeth there's no more roots in it, that it will shrink, and it takes about 6 months. He said sometimes they can actually fit for dentures at 2 months, but they normally will have to be adjusted. They'll never fit right again if you get them too early. So as much as I would like to get my dentures, I'm probably going to end up waiting about 6 months. I saw you on your Ustream, on your live stream the other day, Eugene, a couple of days ago. That's how I am now, Dee Dee. I can say that at least I am a senior citizen, so it is kind of expected for me not to have teeth. Oh, me neither, Dee Dee. Hey, Lawrence. Okay, Lawrence, that's so awesome. I'm glad you do get that opportunity. It's always good to have you in chat when you get a chance. Sat and settled. I like that. I do like that. Sat and settled. If I can remember that, I'm going to tell Casey that the next time she asks me how I'm doing. I'm going to say I am sat and settled. Yeah, I agree, Dee Dee. It is an awesome phrase. I like that. If I can remember it, I'm going to start using that. It's cooler tonight here, too. I actually had my heat on this morning, well, yesterday morning at this point, for a few minutes. You know what my problem is? I am 67 years old. I still want to look like I looked when I was 37. I kind of look like I did, but having gone through such a long cardiac event, I find it very hard to get the motivation to work out and stuff like that, get back in shape. We've had some of that back and forth here too, Lawrence. Blue, if you scroll down through my post page, you will see a picture of me doing construction work, and I was what I refer to as myself as a wall walker, because I would walk on top of the studded walls, and I have a picture of me doing that. In that picture, I am 53 years old. And then I got sick, and I had to stop doing that kind of stuff. I like that, Blue. I like that. I was 53 years old, and my boss still called me the company workhorse. And I told all the younger guys at work, when I was your age, I could work circles around men my age. And now that I'm my age, I work circles around you guys. And then I got sick and I couldn't work at all. Wow. That's cool, Dee Dee. No, that's so true, Blue. I do believe that. I just have a hard time with the motivation. I bought myself a weight bench. I've been working out and I do stuff like that. And even this morning during my coloring live stream, Dee Dee, you might remember, I mentioned seeing if I couldn't figure out how to make like a AI music thing for a workout music, because I want to be able to do that. So, hey David, how are you? Oh, it's starting to cool off on you there, Dee Dee? David, how are you tonight? Oh yeah, culture of effort. I agree. Oh, Blue. Well, I had a 12-year-long cardiac event. My heart slipped into AFib, and I stayed in AFib. Well, I think I stayed in AFib. I was diagnosed with sustained ventricular tachycardia. That was when I lived in Hawaii. But then when I went to the doctor in Kentucky, not far from here, they told me my heart was in AFib and probably had been in AFib for about 12 years. But I had to stop doing everything. I couldn't do anything. For the first 4 years, I couldn't walk about 10 feet without passing out. Well, I am glad that you beat those odds, Blue. I never had that kind of prognosis. I think I had a misdiagnosis when I lived in Hawaii. They didn't treat me properly. I probably could have been fixed and back in health real quick, but being 12 years with no physical activity because they spent 12 years telling me not to do anything because I could give myself a heart attack. So now I have to overcome that, and that's not that easy. I'm having a hard time with the motivation. I bought a bicycle, I can't ride it. I've got to get in a little bit better shape before I can ride it. Too many hills. I don't know how to make AI music or any of that stuff, but I was thinking I would like to have like an AI, a workout song, about 30 minutes with a nice beat to it. I see some of those workouts videos, not the video, it's just music. AI music. I've listened to a couple of those on YouTube, and I do like them. So but I can't use theirs, so I'm going to have my own. So it's like, whoa. Because that way I can do some workout videos maybe. I have my own music. I really would not mind becoming one of these like 70-year-old workout guru. Right, it can. See, that's part of the problem. I know that it can, but I lack the motivation. Even when I bought my bicycle, I bought the bike and I told them I wanted to buy the 24-month warranty and the 36-month motivation package. They told me they were fresh out of the motivation packages. You know what's funny, Blue? I have a smart watch, and every time I sit down, it tells me to get up and move. You want to know where that smart watch is? It's on the charger. Let's see, we can get ready for fertilizing. Yeah, it doesn't want me to sit. Well, now, once I meet my daily goals, then it's okay. But, I only got one because my cardiologist told me he wanted me to monitor my heart rate. Why did he skip that right there? Well, he went back and got it. That's nice. He must have heard me talking about it and was like, man, I'm about to get fired. So he went back over there and picked up that stalk that he missed. Alright guys, I need to take a quick break, so I will just let you ride along with this harvester. I'll be right back. Okay guys, I'm back. I actually grabbed my headset and went to the kitchen so I could get me a drink of iced tea. And Blue, I do agree, root beer float. I have not had one of those in decades. Thank you, Dee Dee. I would have been back a minute sooner, but I had to get me a drink of iced tea. Thank you, Blue. Now I do have to be careful because I like sweetened iced tea, but I generally drink Coke Zero, no sugar. So I do want to be careful about drinking a lot of sweet iced tea. I don't like unsweetened iced tea, but it won't matter. Once my teeth get healed up, I probably won't be drinking iced tea anyway, but I just needed something because they told me I can't drink soda for about 4 days after the surgeries. So I actually bought me a couple of 6-packs, just 6 packs of water. Yeah, I could do some iced tea. I just want to be careful about the sugar, because sugar turns to, well, fat. So, I've always liked those skyscrapers in the background over there. I don't know what city that's supposed to be. Now that's a good idea, Blue. I could just get me some instant iced tea. Now I'm not a big tea drinker as it is. I like hot tea every once in a while. I do like iced tea, but I'm not a big tea drinker. Like I said, they told me not to drink soda for 4 days, so I wanted something other than just water, so I got the iced tea. And then I found out I can actually start drinking stuff out of the fridge without it hurting me, so that's really nice. But of course I'll cheat. I'll start having Coke Zero again tomorrow. Or later today, actually, not tomorrow. Yeah, I know. But I don't guess any of us are going to tell them, are we? I probably, well, other than drinking iced tea, I've drank hot tea a few times, but of course Asian hot tea is a totally different kind of thing. So I've had, green tea with like Chinese meals, Japanese. I've always liked hot tea. I went to a Chinese cafe in Houston, Texas, and they didn't even have hot tea. I couldn't believe it. That sounds good. Blue. I have never tried that before. It does sound good. Like I said, my main experience with teas, my mother would make iced tea when I was growing up, of course, and then once in a while we'd have hot tea. I always did like the hot tea, but my main experience with teas is in the Asian cuisine. But it was funny. I took my daughter Stacy in Houston. I took her. We went to this Chinese cafe, and they didn't have hardly anything that was Chinese food in there. Although it was supposed to be a Chinese restaurant, so to speak, a cafe place, and they didn't have nothing. I told them I wanted some beef broccoli fun, and they just looked at me. And I'm like, what, y'all don't have that? That's a basic Chinese dish. And then I asked them about hot tea. They did not have hot tea. And then I asked them about fried rice. She said, oh yes, we have fried rice. I said, now wait, is this authentic fried rice? Or is it just something you call fried rice? And she said, sir, we do not have authentic Chinese food here. And I said, okay, we're leaving, thank you. Then we left. Yeah, I was really amazed. It's a Chinese cafe, and she told me flat out, we don't have Chinese food. We just call it Chinese food. Oh yeah, you guys, now did you, Blue, did you guys, when you were growing up, did you celebrate tea time? Or maybe not celebrate, but practice? Did your parents practice that? The tea time? I kind of thought maybe so. Now, I'm not selling any of my soybeans just yet. I want to hold on to it until we have more money. It has really never been uncommon for parents to use, if they were drinking parents, to use a little bit of alcohol and rub it on the gums of teething infants to help soothe that. Oh, yeah, you guys had to be all prim and proper. My parents raised me and my brothers like that too. They definitely raised us to be gentlemen. Okay, now we're ready to fertilize. Now, I've not heard of that. I've not heard of that type of water before, but yeah, that kind of makes sense. It probably would help soothe a colicky baby. Okay, Eugene, God bless you. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us tonight, and happy birthday again. I hope you have a great weekend, Eugene. Oh, it recommends beer and wine, but no hard liquor. Now, if you've noticed, I'm not having to pay for the fertilizer because I turned that off. I'm not having to help her buy it since we have a big enough tank now that we don't have to worry about that. And that is helping save us a lot of money. I think that's right, Blue. That sounds like something I would have done to one of my kids. My kids would hurt themselves. I'd tell them all kinds of silly stuff. And they always believed me, and it always worked. I would tell them all kinds of stuff. One of them would come in crying, "Oh, I scraped my knee, I scraped my knee." So I would tell them, well, if you hop around that coffee table backwards 3 times and then go play and be careful, you'll be just fine. So they do it, they go play, they be just fine. I would make them do silly stuff like that all the time when they came to me crying about something. But they trusted me, they believed me, so they would just do whatever I said, and it would always work out. And I would make them do silly stuff. Blue, that's so funny. I remember one time I was sitting on my front porch, and Casey and her two immediate older sisters were sitting at my kitchen table, and I had the window open, but the blinds were closed. And they were sitting there talking about doing something that they knew I would not approve of. And Casey was like, Daddy would not approve of that if he knew you were talking about that. But they didn't know I could hear them. So a little bit later on, I went in the house and I brought up that subject. And they were like, how did you know we were talking about that? You couldn't hear us. You were outside. We were inside. I didn't tell them that the window was open. That's funny, Blue. Dee Dee, I did the same kind of thing. I sure did. Well, I don't have anybody to game with anymore. Well, no, that's a fun little activity, Blue. I think that's a pretty creative little activity. We have a local store. I don't remember the name of it. I've been there with Casey once before. But they have like this little figurine. I can't remember the character. Or well, I think it came from, I think it came out of like maybe The Hobbit is where the character came from. I can't remember. But anyway, this little character, they have this little figurine character, and they hide it in their store. And if you find it, you get like $100 reward. Yeah, I thought that was a pretty cool idea. I remember you mentioned that before. I think that's so cool. A living, growing teepee. Now, did those red flowers, do they attract bees and stuff? You know, there was a time, Blue, when I would pick weeds in my uncle's fields for a penny apiece. And I used to think that was big money. I don't believe that no more. Oh, so at least they knew to be aware of the hazards, which is good. My youngest daughter, Casey, she got into a nest of yellow jackets one time, and they got down inside of her bibbed overalls, and they stung her about 9 times before she could get back to the house. Oh yeah, she made it all the way back to the house, never cried or anything until she got in the house, and then, just to put it quite frankly, all hell broke loose. And I'm like, what in the world is going on? She's screaming and carrying on, and then I see this yellow jacket come out of her overalls. So I stripped her clothes off of her, 9 yellow jackets inside her clothes. And they're flying around the house. The girls are screaming. I'm like, oh, wonderful. No, I don't either, once I figured out what was going on. And she couldn't tell me what was going on. Alright, let's see. Now I think maybe what we'll do... What? I did not realize that you... Now see, this is wet rice. This is not dry rice or long grain rice. This is for wet rice. But I didn't know you drove this thing. That thing looks kind of cool, don't it? I don't actually want it right there. I'm just going to park it over here like this so it's out of the way. Here we go. Is this the one I'm looking for? I gotta remember which way to get this out of here. I guess I go this way. Okay, Dee Dee, God bless you. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us tonight. I hope you sleep well, and I hope you have a great weekend. Yes, ma'am, got things to do. Oh, Blue, I know what you mean. Dee Dee's, I've seen some of her kayaking from last summer, and every time I go to Walmart, I look at the kayaks because they're right out front. But I don't have any way to transport a kayak anywhere. Oh yeah, blue. That would be awesome. I've always wished I wanted to live on a boat or a houseboat on a lake. And when I lived in Hawaii, I wanted to live on a boat at the marina, but that never worked out either. But yeah, that would be really cool. I can actually just leave this plow kind of like sit right here because we're going to be using it. That thing acted like there's a big old hill right here. Alright, now we can let that guy just run by himself for a few minutes. What? Oh, it's a good thing because look, I forgot to change the crop type. So it would not let me plant that crop type. Whew, we got lucky. Okay, now we're planting. It's going to pick up one row of cotton. kind of want to go look at something. I did get to go fishing. I never did surf. I just never really had time to take up that hobby because I spent so much time working. The first 7 years I was in Hawaii, I did construction work, and I just did so much of it. And then I got sick. So I did get to go fishing. I was able to snorkel. Just I never got to go surfing or scuba diving. I'm wanting to look at something. This is a big grass area. We might be able to do something with that. I want to come over here. Because Blue, this is your house right here, straight across from where we just came from. But if we look right here, we have all this rope. So I'm thinking, and we do have a collectible, but because we have all this rope right here, I think we're going to let Blue own the rope factory. What is that? Interesting. And the rope factory is already in town. But it's going to cost $300,000. We're not ready for that yet. But look at this field right here. I want to look at the map. This might be something. See, we can buy this. We could buy this and just mow it and use it for grass. That might be something we do. How much is this? Ooh, $400,000. Woo! Okay, maybe not. Well, not yet. But that would be something we could look at. What is that right there? Is that a grass field too? Yeah, see, we could buy this. We could buy these and we could just mow it. So that might not be bad. And then buy this and mow it. We'll see. It is a lot for a field, but look, if we go up here, now this is where, like up here where Archie is going to be up here, $643,000 just for me to buy Archie's barn so I can do the barn work, because I don't care about all this up here. But $643,000 for me to get Archie's place. And then I still don't have this place up here yet either, which it is 271. So that's, this is Jacob and Amber's. So we're getting closer though. I have $667,000. Yeah, that's true. Now let's see here. I think I can use this tractor. Actually, let's see. That's a small field. Well, we'll just do this. Now we're going to be connecting these two fields right here. So then we'll have one big cotton field. Or one bigger cotton field. Let's take a look at contracts just to see what might... Oh, look here, bale wrapping, 12,000. Cultivating, $17,000. Yes, we're going to go cultivate this field for $17,000. Yes, yes, yes. Harvesting, what do we have? There's some oats. Not very good contract, though. Hoeing. We do have a contract we can do. So we will do this cultivating contract, but we're not going to do it just yet. Let's see. Let's see where our other guy's at. Okay. When this guy gets done, we'll start that cultivating contract while we're finishing up Mary Jo's field for Granny's knitwear. And this guy's going to finish right down here where we need it to, which is nice. That next contract, we're just cultivating a field. But we're going to be connecting these two fields right here so we can do cotton. Actually, I probably need to bring the plow down here first. So I'll just park this over here out of the way. Now I'm going to switch out tractors when we get up here so I can use my large tractor with the plow. Oh, I can't either. That would be wild. Just want to watch that guy for a second, make sure it looks like he starts in the right place. Sometimes I have a hard time restarting in the right spot. Looks like he's doing fine though. All right, yeah, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, your growing season starts around June 1st, doesn't it? Now we are going to just connect these fields right here. I figured that's what you meant. You're just going to be sowing some grass seed in your lawn. Now let's see here. Whoops, I need my tractor, don't I? I don't need the plow necessarily, but I do need the tractor. Yeah, I can leave the plow sit. Where do I want to leave the plow sit? I'll put it over here because we're going to be using it. A squirrel came along and ate all your sunflowers. Oh, it found your seed and ate all your seed? Now, this field, with the addition of the field down there, it should be big enough. It should give us enough cotton to keep Granny's cottonware and knitwear supplied year-round from one harvest to the next. That's what we're hoping for. And then I'm going to be doing these other fields in cotton also, and they will supply Blue, they'll supply your rope factory. I'm not sure what it's doing. I think there was a little edge over here that needed done. This part of the field is complete already, except for planting. I think there's one little edge, yeah, see there's one little strip down the edge over here that still needs to be fertilized. Yep, there we go. I do need to check something real quick because I thought I had, oh, seeds. I want to turn that off. Oh wait, no, seeds I need, whoops. I got to turn it back on. Fertilizer is supposed to be off, but I was still paying for fertilizer. Why was I paying for fertilizer? It's turned off, but it's making me pay for fertilizer. Oh, maybe that's making me pay for seeds. Oh, I see. Okay, I thought it was making me pay for this fertilizer. Okay. I was reading that wrong. Now it looks like we're finished replanting our field because it's not charging us any more money. Oh, stop. What do you say we sit here until a train comes? I think we should sit here until a train comes. Let's see what happens. Where's my planter? There it comes. I would really like to see what happens when the train comes. I'm going to leave that sit there. I'm hoping we can see what happens. We'll come over here and we'll get busy plowing the field. Yeah, there are a lot of trains that do have quite a bit of graffiti on them, that's for sure. Oh, oh, wait a minute. Did I pick that up backwards? Yep. No. That's funny. How'd that thing get turned around backwards? That would be fun. I've always wanted to have a backhoe, just to play around with. Is that what you're going to be planting grass seed in? You got topsoil and spread it out? Okay. I was going to ask you if maybe it was for like gardening purposes, but you had mentioned planting grass seed, so I thought, well, maybe it's for the yard. Oh, okay. All right, nice. I was really hoping this guy would be done by the time our other one was done. Oh, there went the train. What happened? I didn't realize the train was coming, so we weren't able to see what happened. I think my traffic that was parked over here just disappeared. Yeah, it just disappeared. Say what? Alright, I guess we can get this guy out of the road at some point. Maybe. When this guy gets done. I'm fixing to find that out. I'm gonna put something on the tracks back there. But I don't have a tractor to do that with at the moment. I gotta finish this job first. I think the train just hits it and will knock it out of the way. My grandson used to try to derail the train, but he was never able to derail the train, but he used to try it all the time. I'm going to show you what my grandson used to do. It used to be that you could drive around on this map and you could go up to houses and you could pick up objects off the porches and he would load them up in a truck. And then he would pile all this stuff right in here. He would pile all this stuff up on the tracks and try to cause the train to crash. But the train never crashed. Oh, I played SnowRunner. He would take my truck and just drive it off of cliffs and all kinds of stuff trying to wreck me. Now this will be your factory at some point, Blue. Right here, ropes, right there. And that's like $300,000. Let me get out right here for a second. Let me see. See, like you used to be able to pick up this barbecue grill. You'd be able to pick up that barbecue grill. You'd be able to pick up this broom. Any like lawn chairs you found sitting around on somebody's porch, you could take those lawn chairs, you could put them in your truck. And he would take all that stuff and then pile it up on the railroad tracks. Now we've got to wait for the planter to get done because I need the planter. Okay, now you know what I want to do? We slept for a day, so I want to come back and I want to see if I can flood this field. Yeah, that would be fun, huh? Alright, now let's see if we can flood the field. Yes! See, now it will let me flood the field. I don't know how to. There it is. Now, is it gonna stop flooding on its own? Yeah, I guess it will. I guess it'll stop. I guess we'll find out. I want to see if this one is still flooding or if it shut off already by itself. Looks like it's shut off. No, it's still flooding. This is actually the start farm on this map. If you start as a new farmer, you will start right here on this farm. Now all we can do is wait for this planter to get done because I need it. Well, we don't have too much longer. We got 2 trips around the field. A greenhouse? I have a greenhouse here. I have a greenhouse back there. And a greenhouse right there. This one does not produce very much. Small, tiny little thing. This one is for coffee. This one just does coffee for the coffee plant. I like that one too, and it comes part of the with the coffee factory, so it's all self-contained right there. I kind of like that. This field right here has so many corners that the thing has to stop and reposition so many times it takes forever. Now this thing's been having a problem planting right here, but I use the smoothing tool, and hopefully I've got it all smoothed out to where it will plant all this over here. Like we'll be finding out. There was a couple of spots it did not want to plant, so I did use the smoothing tool. Alright, one more time around this field and then we can finally go do the other one. Now that would be really cool. At some point in time, they might let us start doing stuff like that. Because, you know, they can only improve the graphics so much. I don't think they can get much better. So then it's all about the mechanics. Now see, it did not plant that. So it really didn't do me much good to try to fix that. Yeah, that would be really fun. I would like to be able to assign things, like for example, on this map, there's like 5 or 6 actual starting farms that have sleep points. I would like to be able to, like, purchase a farm and then be able to, like, buy a field and assign it to that farm, buy a vehicle and assign the vehicle to that farm, so that it would keep track of the finances for each farm separate. Yes, I could run each farm independently, which would be nice. We actually there we actually can do that. There is a farmer's market. So we could literally we could take well, I don't have oh man, I missed the train. Again, I missed the train. Oh well. Right now I have everything to set up to sell behind the scenes, automatically sell. At some point though, I will start changing that where I will haul things from one place to another. But getting everything started, I rather set it up where it's all automated. All right, we're almost finished. Yeah, I'm not really sure about that. This is really, at least for the time being, the only game I've played for a while now. It's really about the only game I play. I thought I saw the shadow of a sign, and then I ran over the sign because I didn't see where the sign was. I could just see the shadow. Right, the sky is the limit. So like, because the graphics, there's really not much they can do with the graphics on this game to improve it. So the only way they can improve on this game is the interactivity in the game. Let me park this thing right here for a minute. Now let's do something. Let's have a little bit of fun. So let's see what happens. What, can I not pick that up? There it is. That would be fun too. Now you can get maps like this that are blank, there's nothing on them, and you can literally do what you were talking about, just build your own town. And I've played on a couple of maps like that. So actually a lot of fun when you can literally just carve out your own fields and everything. Now let's see, we'll go do some work. Whoops, now this is not what I wanted, and now I have a car blocking me. Come on, people. Okay, now this guy's going to go cultivate. Oh yes, it is this game. It's just a different map. I'll show you at the end. When we get done here, before I end the live stream, I'll show you one of my other maps that I don't really play on. Let's see. Let's deliver this guy to go do a contract. And then we're going to come back. Yeah, I'll show you another map when we get this done. It's just a map like this. It just doesn't have anything on it. Other than like a farmer's market where you can sell stuff. It has a couple of the basics. But for the most part, it's you just start wherever you want to. I actually did that on this map too, but it has all the fields already cut out and everything. But I will show you on one of my other maps. Now this is a contract. Wait a minute. Oh, I didn't accept the contract yet. That's okay. The contract, cultivating, accept. Okay, now we can grab. We'll have to hunt for that we might have to hunt for that fertilizer spreader. I don't know what'll happen to it when the train hits it. Cotton. Got to set it up for cotton. uh, I probably could have just started way back over there on that side. Whoops. Now, one thing I forgot to do was refill that with fertilizer, because I'm not having the helper buy the fertilizer anymore, so I'm going to have to pay attention to how much fertilizer is in this piece of equipment. And I just got a warning that my controller battery is getting low. But we should have time to get things finished. Mine usually shows that it's starting to get low. Once I've been streaming for close to 4 hours, But it'll still last for another half hour or so. So I should have time to get this field planted. If we don't get the other field cultivated, we can just leave it sit right where it's at. That won't hurt nothing, because that's a contract. I actually thought this larger tractor would pull this planter a little bit faster. That's why I switched it out. I thought this thing would be working at about 9 miles an hour. It lasts pretty good. I have 2 controllers, so if I have to, I can switch over to my other controller. But I was letting my grandson play a game, probably Uncharted 4, and he got mad. He threw my controller, and now it doesn't exactly work right. It has a, like, it wants to drift to the right. So he messed up my controller. So I don't like to use that one. If I have to, I will. Today my grandson is 8. That's my youngest grandson. My oldest grandson is about 18 now. Maybe 17. Oh, you know, I was thinking about these grass fields. I don't even think we can buy those grass fields. I think it's off the... No, we can too. Yeah, we can. Okay. So I may end up using these for grass. That would be pretty interesting. I don't know what we'd use the lake for. How much is that? 312,000. That 312,000 lets me buy the area over there by where your house is, Blue. Right over here. But I don't really have to purchase this area to use your house. Now let's see. I want to check something else. Simply because I don't know how this stuff works. So let's run over here and let's see if the water has shut off on these rice fields. Oh yeah, that would have been the last thing I would have said to one of my daughters. Oh, I want grandchildren. I did not want to rush anybody. You can. Well, what do you mean by develop? But anyway, this seems to be working okay. Oh, water level, 53%. So that means what? We need to flood it some more? We can't flood it more. It won't let me. Okay. We'd have to keep an eye on that. We might have to do this more than once, I guess. Now, see this grass field right here, blue? I can buy this grass field. I can buy this grass, and I can turn it into any kind of field I want it to. I can just plow it up and turn it into a different kind of field. Well, you kind of can. I'm going to show you something here in a minute, but you kind of can do that. You can't build a golf course because they don't have a golf course in this game yet. They do have like a go-kart track. But I'm going to show you something here in just a second. Okay, I'm going to leave that sit right there. I'm going to leave this guy sit right here for a second. We'll go back. Now I want to save the game. I'm going to save the game. Okay, now let me see here. Let me drop this off. Okay, let me see. I got to figure out where I'm actually positioned. Okay. Actually, since I saved it, let's do this. I'm going to show you this other map right quick. Now this map was blank. It only had like the farmer's market. It has like a gas station. Now this map, there was nothing on it. Look, it's all just... Then it's all just off-road. We can buy all these. I have to log it, but then I can put my own fields anywhere I want to. So all this stuff is just, I've developed all this on my own. I have not played on here very much. Where's my plow? That might be the only tractor I actually have. Yeah. But anyway, I was going to show you on here, where is my plow? I don't even remember where all my equipment is. Oh, maybe it's over here. I've not played on this map for so long. Yeah, here's the plow. So let me go get it for a second. I'm just going to drop this off right over here. Well, now the sawmill is already on the map, and like this place is already here on the map. Now I'm going to show you something right here because now let's assume that this was yeah, it's snowing here, but I don't know if this will work or not, but if you look over there in the upper left corner in that menu, you'll see it says allow create fields. So watch what happens when I activate that. Now, when I put my plow down, look, it's going to plow up new ground for me. See that? It plows up new ground. So I can put a field anywhere I want to. Once I buy the land, I can plow it. Doesn't matter what field is already there, if it's grass, if it's wheat, whatever. I can plow it up and make it whatever I want it to be. I can make the field in whatever shape I want it to be. So you do have a lot of freedom if you start with a blank map. And I'm not going to save this. I'm just going to exit and then we'll go back into the other map. I just wanted to show you that you really do have a lot of customizing control. Not quite as much as what I would like, but there is some. Now really, you can see that same thing. I gotta find my tractor now. The other one. You can see the same thing really when you look right here. See? 1, 2, 3, 4 fields, but I connected them and made it all one big field. Just like I did right here. I just connected these 2 fields and made one field. So I could literally buy this as a grass field and then plow it up and make it any other kind of field I want it to be. But grass might be a good thing to keep, just for the bales. So, let's see, let's get reconnected. I do want to finish planting this field before I call it a night. I'm not worried about the other one. It can just sit and we'll finish it in the next live stream. But I do want to get this field planted. I actually did not know. I never would have had an interest in this game because it was a farming game until I actually watched a video on this game and I realized that this is a game you can play and you don't have to hold the controller in the hand the whole time, and that's why I started playing this game, because I can't play other games. I can't play fighting games, racing games, stuff like that. They make my hands hurt too much. But this game, I can set the controller down like right now. I don't have to do anything. All I have to do is move a joystick just to change the view a little bit so people don't get bored. And boy, it makes my hands feel better. So yeah, this is one of my favorite games. And normally speaking, it would not have been. And I don't know what even made me think about watching it the first time I did. I don't know why I did. I'm glad I did. This is a pretty fun game. If you like tycoon type games where you can amass wealth, and I like doing that, Now it's kind of interesting how that guy chose to work that field. I gotta turn my air conditioner on. It is getting humid. I'll let the AC run for a little bit, knock some of that humidity out of the air. So what time is it where you're at, Blue? It just turned 4:15 in the morning where I'm at. Yeah, I can't play games like that. At least on this game, you can create your own objectives, and this game you can really play countless ways because you can put your own rules, you can apply your own rules, your limits. Okay, so you're 2 hours behind me then, okay. I'll forget that, but... Like, I have seen people play this game, and like, for example, I'll show you for example, one of the things they would do, like tractors for example, they would set themselves a limit on horsepower. They're only allowed to use tractors with a certain amount of horsepower, or that was like no earlier, or yeah, no newer than the 1980s or something like that. You know, put their own stipulations on the game. So, and I have that too a little bit. Like right now, one of my rules for my own gameplay is that my bank account has to maintain a $200,000 balance. I can't drop below that. Later on, I will increase that, and eventually I'll have like $1 million minimum balance. Oh wow, 40 degrees. It's warmer than that here, but I did have to turn my AC on just now because of the humidity. Coyotes howling. We don't have coyotes where I live. We do have deer and bear and turkeys and stuff like that. I started on this map with 0 money, no equipment, no house, no nothing, except for the clothes I was wearing. Oh, you have grouse birds, okay. We have a rabbit too, wild rabbits, but I have not seen a lot of those. I've seen a few, but not a lot. Every once in a while, I'll see a bunny somewhere. Now, where I used to live, we had jackrabbits when I was growing up. Now, I didn't think about the fact that my controller battery was low when I took that little detour over to the other map. Oh wow, that's pretty cool. You know, I once told a bumblebee not to fly in my house, that if it wanted to fly, it had to go outside. So it walked across my living room floor, climbed up on the threshold, and flew out the front door. It was funny because I did it right in front of other people. They thought I was crazy. I commanded that bee not to fly in my house, and I told it, if you want to fly in my house, if you want to fly, you go outside. You do not fly in my house. And it walked across the floor and flew out the front door. And people were stunned. Well, that's pretty interesting. This one could have used a rescue, probably, because I had smacked it before I demanded it. Well, that would be interesting if you were able to do that. Now, do you have any culvert pipes or anything that the beavers clog up? Oh, yeah. We do not have grizzly bear in my area. We do have black bear, but not grizzlies. Oh, okay. I was going to say if you did have like a culvert pipe or something that where the beaver was building a dam. I see a lot of people have YouTube channels that are all about dismantling those dams. I was going to say if you had that situation right there at the house, well, then you'd have a YouTube channel. Oh, okay. I didn't know if you guys would have black bear with a grizzly population. Now we've got 2 more trips around this field. Oh my goodness. Wow, I wonder how that happened. I'm glad she didn't lose more than her arm. At least it's using fertilizer slowly. I was a little bit concerned that we might not have enough to even do this field, but we are. Oh, wow. So she just ended up walking up kind of too close, not knowing the bear was even in the area. And we are 45% done on that cultivating contract. We will not finish it tonight. That's fine. I don't know why there's a little hole right there. I don't know if that'll help plant that section not next time or not, but probably not. Oh, okay. Well, it's unfortunate that that kind of stuff does happen. But at least she wasn't doing something stupid. You know, I've seen videos of people who just do stupid stuff because they want to get a picture with a bear or something like that, or an alligator, stuff like that, and they deliberately get too close and stuff like that. So I'm glad that wasn't the case with her. I mean, it's unfortunate, yes, but at least it wasn't her own stupidity. Right. You know, but I see that kind of stuff like even in safari parks and stuff like that, where there's wild animals, even if people have guides, they're in vehicles. I just see people do all kinds of stupid stuff that puts them in danger with wild animals as though that animal is not going to behave like an animal. All right, last trip around this field. Hopefully the controller lasts. Now this is going to be nice when we harvest this cotton field next time because we'll get enough off of it to keep Granny's knitwear running for the entire cycle from harvest to reharvest. But then we're going to add those other fields because they're going to help supply the rope factory. Well, that's a good idea. Yeah. Although I'd probably have me a trail cam out if I lived where you did. I'd probably have me a trail cam out. Oh, you have a trail cam. Yeah, that's awesome. I always wanted to put one up where I was living before, but my daughter did not like for me to like video around her place and stuff, so I just never ended up getting one. But we would have black bear come in our yard. Had one up on our porch one time. And we had possums and stuff like that too, raccoons. I believe we're going to make it before the controller runs out. Now see, eventually this is all going to be one big field. I'm going to connect all these other fields to what we have here already. And this is going to be one big field right here. That is kind of true too. I agree with that. Now, I'm not sure where he's going because oh, he's gonna, really? Yeah, I don't know how friendly they would be. Now, I'll pause the game up here, and then that way the contract, it won't keep running, but it'll just sit right where it's at. Because I know my controller's not going to last long enough to finish that contract. Yeah, it would be fun to see if you could kind of domesticate one. In a sense, at least make it friendly, where maybe it would take cat food out of your hand or something like that. Maybe. Oh, look. Do you see what I see? Look. Look what's over here. We left it on the railroad track. So it's too bad we weren't around to see that thing fly through the air. See the fertilizer that I put on the railroad tracks? Where is the thing? Okay, one more side. Yeah, it flew way over here. I wish we'd have seen it. There's the train. Oh, man. In the next live stream on Monday, we may see if we can just sit around and watch. Put something out here to watch it happen. Because I would like to have seen that thing go flying. That must have looked pretty cool. So maybe we'll do it again on Monday and just sit around and wait for the train. Okay, so I am not going to go sleep because I don't want to sleep. I want to, whoops. I want to save it right here. And then all I'm going to do is pause the game. I'm just going to leave it paused. And then we'll pick it up right here because we have that contract that is actually still in session. So I'll just pause it, and that way when we come back on Monday, it will just pick up right where we're at. So I'm going to leave it sit right here, everybody. Blue, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Stay until the end. Oh, that's pretty interesting. We might try that. We might give that a try. But anyway, I'm going to leave it sit right here for tonight. And then we'll do it again on Monday. And I hope you have a great weekend. I don't think anybody else is still in chat. Monty, if you're around anywhere. So have a great weekend. We'll do it on Monday. Until then, everybody, God bless.